Enstrom, Jack Defense and Mark Stefan Penalty. Board number 4, Norway, Masselin, Martin Strandman, Mark Roy Rasmussen. Board number 5, Marco Masselin, Jurgensson, and Mark Dartsconnect. Board number 6, Ralph Romanis, Andreas Eriksen, Mark Orleg. Board number 7, Albert Steltes, Andres Paulsen, Mark Michael Copping.
Gamle segerspill. Jobb på bra tilbake.
To start.
Hi, mate. How's it going? Good man. Are we? Sorry, say that again, mate. Oh, okay. Well, last 16, yeah. Awesome. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome back to live coverage of the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. It is the final event of the season, Pro Tour 12, here at the Hotel Olivesgard in Lillestrøm. And the race to qualify for the PDC World Darts Championship and the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship will come to an end today. Yesterday, we saw Andreas Harrison confirm his place as the winner of the Order of Merit. He won his 4th title of the season to secure top spot in the rankings. Today, well, a lot of the focus is on that race to finish in 2nd place, and it is a race between 2 players as things stand. Oscar Lassiaak currently in 2nd place with a very strong lead over Teemu Haru. That race will come to an end today, but also players looking to finish in that top 24 in the rankings qualify for the first edition of the Nordic and Baltic Championship, which does offer another spot into the World Championship. I'm Alex Moss from the Weekly Dartscast, going to be calling through the rest of the action today from the last 16 right through to the final as we crown our final Pro Tour champion of 2025. And the focus on the stream for this game in the last 16 is Johan Enstrom against Jonas Masselin, 2 former title winners on the Pro Tour, looking to cap off their season on a high, win a title to take into that Nordic and Baltic Championship in a few months' time. That race to finish in the 2nd spot, Oscar Lassiaak, he is on the cusp. He needs one more win to confirm 2nd place. He's just waiting to find out who he's going to play in the last 16. For Teemu Haru, he does need to win the title today, but also he needs Oscar Lassiaak to lose his last 16 games. So that race to Ali Pali, we may find out the conclusion to that very shortly. But for the rest of the players, it is about finishing as high as possible in the rankings to take into that Nordic and Baltic Championship. We know that the top 8 players, they will be seeded for that competition in Denmark in a few months' time. And just taking a look at the live rankings as things stand, these 2 players right next to each other. You've got Johan Enstrom in 8th place and Jonas Masselin in 9th place. And Masselin, he can overtake Enstrom in the rankings. If he wins this match and makes a run to the semi-finals, he would go above him into that 8th spot, which is the final seeded position. So there is something to play for in this game, not just trying to win another title today, but that race for the Nordic and Baltic Championship as well. The players just getting ready to bull up here, and we will get this match underway. A few other big names already through to the last 16 today. Decker, Oscar Lassiaak, who I mentioned, Victor Tingstrom and Teemu Haru already through to the last 16. We have got a few last 32 ties going on. Some that are warming up as well. A few sections of the draw playing a bit of catch up at the moment. Decker, we've seen him on the stream a few times today already. He's looking to make a little bit of history today. Become the first player from Norway to win a Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour title in Norway. This is the first time that we've been back here playing Pro Tour action since 2017. Good to be back here in Norway for this final weekend of the season. And it is Johan Enstrom who gets us underway in this last 16 tie. I'll just run you through how both these players have made it this far in the tournament today. Enstrom, he's had a bit of everything so far. A 6-1 win against Jack Marius Christensen in the last 64. And then in the last 32, he was pushed all the way by Andreas Hilgordhus, going all the way to a last leg decider in that one, coming through 6-5. For Jonas Masselin, he's a player that we've seen win his first title on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour this year. He was a winner of Pro Tour 2, beating his fellow Finn Teemu Haru in the final. He's not dropped a leg so far in this tournament. 2 6-0 wins against Roy Rustad and Nikolai Martinussen. But he may well be about to lose his first leg here. Enstrom with the throw, with a little bit of a lead after 9 darts each. We did see the Sweet Ferret yesterday have arguably one of the games of the year on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour against Andreas Harrison in the semi-finals yesterday. 4-0 down, went 5-4 in front and ended up losing that one 6-5. Both players averaging above 95. Enstrom 95, Harrison 98. But it is 120 here for this opening leg for Enstrom. Needed a treble with one of the first 2 darts. Halves his score. But he has got time on his side in this opening leg. Masselin not on a finish yet. But he should be after these 3 darts. Gets himself down to a makeable 82. So 60 for Engstrom to take this opening leg. Down to double 10. And that is 2 darts missed for the opening leg. So a chance here for Masselin to get a breaker throw in the opening leg. Will it be bullseye or treble 14? Goes the bullseye route. So 17 for tops. Just goes above the wire. So both players having chances in this opening leg. Engstrom with a second chance at double 5. Gets it with a second dart, a 20 dart holder throw for Johan Engstrom to get this opening leg on the board. I don't think there'll be too many 20 dart legs in this match. Both players just starting to find their groove in this one. As with all these matches on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, a race to 6 legs right through from the first round to the final. Yesterday's winner, Andreas Harrison. You're not going to be seeing him on the stream today. He was a surprise early exit for him, actually, going out in his first game in the last 64. Losing out 6-4 to Ivan Springborg Poulsen of Denmark. The first time he's not banked any money in a Pro Tour event this year. But he has already guaranteed that top spot in the rankings. He will be going to Ali Pali in December for that debut in the World Championship. And he will be going into that Nordic and Baltic Championship as the number 1 seed. That's already confirmed. Jonas Masselin, I mentioned, he's won his first title on the Pro Tour this year. He's one of 3 first-time winners this year. We've also had Valters Meldris of Latvia add his name to that roll of honour. He beat Johan Engstrom in the final of Pro Tour 3 to pick up his first title earlier on in the season. And then Teemu Haru becoming the 3rd first-time winner this year. He was a winner of Pro Tour 7, beating Daniel Larsson. Will we get a first-time winner today? We have got a few players still left in the field into that last 16 looking to win their first title on the Pro Tour. Ivan Springborg Poulsen, the player that I mentioned that beat Andreas Harrison, he's still in the mix. Victor Tingstrom, a PDC Tour card holder, looking to get off the mark. Michael Morgensen, Kent-Joran Sivertsen also into that last 16. But this 170 to double his lead. Well, that's unfortunate bounce out there for him. Jonas Masselin looking to level this last 16 tie. Will it be another one of those for double 16? It will be for 1-1. Goes just inside. So Engstrom with a chance to double his lead here. 2 darts at double 15. Can't take his opportunity there. So Masselin coming back for double 8. Chasing around the board for a double, it's double 2. He goes inside with all 3 darts. Engstrom with another chance to break the Masselin throw, go 2-0 up. decides to split. It's 6 for double 12. And he finds the double 6 with his last dart. It is a 21 dart breaker throw. But he won't mind too much. He's the one winning these legs. It's when you're losing those legs, you know you can do better. Enstrom taking his chances. He's 2-0 up in this last 16 tie. We'll just run you through some of the other scores. You can see in the background plenty of action going on the outside boards. A few last 32 ties, a few last 16 ties going on. Andreas Toft Jurgensson 2-1 up against Victor Tingstrom, and that match quite an important one in the race for the Nordic and Baltic Championship. Toft Jurgensson, who we've seen have success this weekend, qualify for one of the Euro Tour events, currently in 27th on the live rankings, so needs a couple of wins to put himself into the top 24 in the rankings. He's made a good start there in that one, 2-1 up against Tingstrom. Cordeca and Marco Cantala currently locked at one leg apiece in their last 16 tie. A few more last 32 matches going on, and we will have our complete lineup for the last 16. All eyes going to be on Oscar Lassiaak's game, of course. If he wins that, he is going to the Palace. He had to overcome a little bit of a scare in his last 32 tie against Anton Östlund earlier on. 2-0 down in that one, come back to win it 6-3. And he could have got the job done yesterday. He got to the final. Once again, it was a final against Andreas Harrison. Fourth time those two have played in finals. Harrison won it. If Lassiaak had won it, that would have got the job done. He would have been confirmed second place in the rankings, but a little bit of work to do for him today. Enstrom here looking good to increase his lead further here and go 3-0 up, halfway to the finish line. Masselin, a 60 there, gets him down to a finish, but this 78 for a 3-0 lead for Johan Enstrom. It's double 12. Goes outside with both darts, but a big ask here for Masselin, a 160 to get this match back on throw. So it is Enstrom coming back. Looking at double 12. And that is a 3-0 lead for the Sweet Ferret. Halfway to the finish line in this last 16 tie. Jonas Masselin has got it all to do here. If he is to come back. Yesterday I mentioned Andreas Harrison picking up the Pro Tour 11 title. The action did continue afterwards at the Hotel Olofsgard. We did have the final qualifier for the Euro Tour events, ET14, and it was Darius Labanauskas who qualified for his fourth Euro Tour event of the season. A 6-4 winner against the man on your screen right now, Johan Enstrom, in the final. Both those players have dominated the qualifiers this year. Labanauskas qualifying for his fourth event. Enstrom has also played in 4 Euro Tour events this year. But Friday, the 2 qualifiers, it was all about the Danish players. We saw Andreas Uldgårdhus qualify for his first Euro Tour. He's going to be playing in the Hungarian Darts Trophy in September. And Andreas Toft Jurgensson booking his spot in the Swiss Darts Trophy next month as well. Toft Jurgensson just taking a 4-2 lead against Victor Tingstrom in their last 16 tie on the outside boards. Marco Cantila going 2-1 up against Cordecca. And a match to keep an eye on as well. Brian Lockan 2-0 up against Andreas Nilsson. The winner of that will play Oscar Lassiaak in the last 16. And that is the match that Lassiaak, a win, will confirm his place in the World Championship in December. We will have at least 3 players from the Nordic and Baltic region playing at Ali Pali this year. The top 2 in the rankings, the winner of the Nordic and Baltic Championship. Then you look elsewhere as well, players that are having some success this year. Darius Labanauskas currently in the Pro Tour spots to get to the World Championship, and that's without having a tour card that shows how well he's been doing this year. Then you look at some other players as well that you'd expect to see qualify via those rankings, the likes of Madars Rasma and Jeffrey de Graaf, players that have had a lot of success on this tour in recent years. We've seen Rasma top the rankings a couple of years last year, Jeffrey de Graaf topping the rankings as well. But those 2 players no longer eligible to play on this tour now that they're in the top 64 in the PDC rankings. Masselin getting his first leg on the board there, but plenty of work still to do if he is to come back into this one. That 17 darter, it was the best leg of the match so far. Enstrom winning the first 3 legs in 60 darts in total. It's not been vintage stuff from either player in this one so far. Enstrom will get down to a finish first in this 5th leg. Masselin may have to look around the board to get himself down to a finish here. He does start on the 20s. Won't be leaving a finish after these 3 darts. So Enstrom, plenty of time to edge 3 legs in front once again. The 143 is not going to go, but he's going to leave it handy for next time. Leaves himself 50. And all Masselin can do now is try and leave a finish, try and put a little bit of pressure on this 50. And he's going the right way about it, filling up that treble with a maximum. Tops for Enstrom for a 4-1 lead. And he gets it with the last dart, a 4-1 lead for the Sweet Ferret. We know that Tops is his favourite double, loves to leave it every time he can and doesn't just try and hit it once, he'll try and go for it twice. We saw that yesterday on the stream, that 140 finish on his comeback against Andreas Harrison. Saw some big finishes on the stream yesterday. We also had Oscar Lassiaak's 138, 2 treble 20s, double 9. And he also had that 141 to win his semi-final against Cordecca. Decker just halving his deficit against Marco Cantila. He had taken a 3-1 lead in that one. It's now got it back to 3-2. Toft Jurgensson, 1 leg away from a quarter-final. He's 5-2 up against Victor Tingstrom. Engstrom here, 2 legs away from a place in the quarterfinals. The Sweet Ferret, someone that we really saw emerge last year, picking up a pair of titles on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, and we've mentioned it before, he was so close to getting to Ali Pali last year, was just pipped at the post by Darius Labanauskas, who won that final event of the season to finish in 2nd place. Enstrom currently in 8th spot on the rankings this year. Not going to threaten a top 2 finish, but if results go his way, he could still end up finishing in 3rd place, which is where he ended up finishing last year. And who knows, that could be enough to get to Ali Pali. If a player in the top 2 ends up winning the Nordic and Baltic Championship, then that Ali Pali spot would go to the rankings and it would go to 3rd place. So there'll be players looking at the rankings today going, if I can finish in 3rd, that may well be enough to get to Ali Pali. Maximum there for Masselin, gets him down to a finish. Enstrom having the first go at this 1:28. Not going to go, so Masselin is going to get a chance at the 1:02 to get his second leg on the board. It is double 16. Goes outside. Enstrom to move 1 away from the quarterfinals. It'll be 11 for tops. And he goes outside. Masselin looking at double 16 to keep his slender hopes alive in this one. He takes his chance on double 8 with his second dart. Closes the gap to 4-2, but 2 holds to throw for Johan Enstrom, and he will be into the quarterfinals of Pro Tour 12. In this match I mentioned earlier, it is an important match in terms of the Nordic and Baltic Championship coming up. The top 8 will be seeded for that tournament. Enstrom currently in 8th, Masselin in 9th. And Masselin is the only player that can overtake Enstrom in those seeded spots. Were he to get to the final today, no other player can overtake Enstrom in the rankings right now. Andreas Toft Jurgensson, he is the first player into the quarterfinals today. He has beaten Victor Tingstrom 6 legs to 2. And that has edged the Dane a little bit closer to those spots for the Nordic and Baltic Championship. He has moved himself up to 26th spot. Just €25 behind Ralphs Lormanis. So one more win will get Toft Jurgensson into those spots for the tournament. Faces a little bit of a wait now to see who he's going to play in that quarterfinal. Masselin threatening a comeback here. He's got himself down to a finish after 9 darts, and he's going to have a bit of time to get this done. Enstrom not on a finish yet. Surely going to switch now to the ball. He does, leaves a 170 if he gets a chance. Masselin going astray with that first dart. But he recovers well. Treble 18 gave him a shot at the double 12 just outside. So Enstrom under pressure on throw here. This 170's got to go. Not going to get a chance to take it out. So Jonas Masselin all of a sudden a chance to get back-to-back legs and get this match back on throw from 4-1 down. He has got the match back on throw. Back-to-back legs for the Finn. Closes the gap to 4-3. In this match, all of a sudden, it is back on throw. 16 dart breaker throw, the best leg of the match so far coming from Masselin. Now a hold here, and we will have ourselves a level game, which we wouldn't have expected when Enstrom raced into that 3-0 lead and went 4-1 up as well. Over on the outside boards, Kordecker has just edged himself in front, 4-3 against Marco Cantilla. Michael Jurgensson and Lars-Erik Lindgren just getting underway in the last 16 as well. Battle of Denmark and Norway in that one. A few more last 32 ties still playing catch up at the moment. But edging towards a conclusion there. Good response this from Enstrom. Feels the bear to maximum at just the right time. Down to a finish first in this leg. And Masselin not going to leave one after these 3 darts. The 167 doesn't have to go. We wouldn't have known if he'd have gone for the bullseye or not. If he'd have hit that treble 19. Masselin way back on 248. Going to need to fill up this treble, which he's doing so. Maximum for Masselin. Down to 68. So pressure on this 78 for Enstrom. Has to come downstairs. Not going to get a shot. Disappointment there for the Sweet Ferret. Jonas Masselin can level up this match now. He went for treble 12. He's 16 for tops. Tops to make it 4-4. We have ourselves a level game. From 3-0 and 4-1 down, Jonas Masselin has got this match back on level terms. 4 legs apiece. It's now a best of 3 for a place in the quarterfinals of Pro Tour 12. I mentioned that run of legs at the start of the match. 60 darts for Johan Enstrom to win the first 3 legs. 54 darts for Jonas Masselin to win those last 3 legs and get this match back level. Cantilla and Decker there, 4 legs apiece as well on the outside boards. Brian Lockan and Andreas Nilsson, 3 legs apiece, the winner of that. Will play Oscar Lassiaak in the last 16. And that is going to be a crucial game for Lassiaak. Win that, and you've booked your ticket to Ali Pali. You're going to be making your debut in the biggest tournament in darts in December. Good response this from Enstrom. He's got himself down to a finish after 9 darts on throw. Looking to stop the rot here. We've had 3 legs on the spin from Jonas Masselin. Just working out the numbers. 84 left. And treble 16 to leave double 18. It's a good setup shot there from the Sweet Ferret. 36 left after a dozen darts. He's been pegged back. He had a big lead in this one, but looking to edge himself back in front. Shakes his head. It's over to double 9. Has to shuffle across the oche. Manages to find the target. 5-4 lead for Johan Enstrom. 1 leg away from the match. A few more games just getting underway on the outside boards, and an important one in that race for second spot in the rankings. Teemu Haru about to get underway against Juho Ilhama. Battle of the Finns in that one. Haru needs to win the title today, but he also needs Oscar Lassiaak to lose in the last 16 if he is going to overhaul him at the very last time of asking to secure his debut at the World Championship. Masselin with an early advantage in this leg as he looks to take us all the way to a final leg shootout. I mentioned earlier, Masselin, he's had a very comfortable route to the last 16, won his first 2 matches 6-0, so this is a lot longer challenge that he's had to face in this one against Johan Enstrom, who we've seen already come through a last leg on his way to the last 16, knocking out Andreas Hulgaardhus in the previous round. Good last start there from Masselin to leave a makeable 68. Engstrom, what can he leave from this 205? A couple of trebles will put a bit of pressure on that 68. Well, you can see disappointment there from Engstrom. The last start straight into the treble 1 means he's not going to leave a finish. Two darts missed at double 16 for Masselin, but Engstrom back on 162. Not going to get a chance to close out the match here. But he's piled on the pressure there. A couple of treble 19s to leave 28. This 32 has got to go for Masselin. And it does with the first start. We're going all the way in this last 16 tie. Engstrom and Masselin locked at 5 legs apiece. It is 1 leg to determine who will go through to the quarterfinals of this last Pro Tour event of the season. A solid start there for Engstrom. A couple of treble 20s. Masselin backing the treble himself. Only find 1 treble. He'll be disappointed with that after the first start. Looked so inviting for the other 2 to join it. It's been a real battle, this one. Both players averaging in the low 80s. We have seen the last couple of legs the standard improve. Engstrom with the best leg of the match, a 15 darter to move 5-4 in front. Masselin with a 16 darter to go 5 legs apiece. And a good visit there from Engstrom. Down to a finish first in this leg. Masselin going to need at least 2 trebles to join him on a finish. But you can only find 1, so it's going to be 6 darts from this 138 for Johan Engstrom to book his place in the quarterfinals. Switches over to the 18s. Just working out the scores. Time on his side in this deciding leg, that's all you can ask for. Masselin back on 184. He leaves a single to double shot when he comes back. Masselin, he was up against it in the early stages of this one, 3-0 and 4-1 down. He's managed to get it back to 4-4 and 5-5, but Engstrom on throw here to close out the match. Well, it's another one of those to leave tops. 1 dart at it. You can see the frustration there from the Sweet Ferret. Didn't get the 2 darts at tops. So Jonas Masselin with a chance here to take the match on this 1-2-4. 14s. Well, he's gone outside the segment there. Is he chasing the treble? That's going to be so disappointing there. 14 would have given him a shot at the ball. But he's missed the segment entirely. Not got a match start. Enstrom with 3 clear darts at tops. And it is Johan Enstrom who is through to the quarterfinals of Pro Tour 12. The Sweet Ferret was made to work hard in that one. It looked like one-way traffic at the start, 3-0 and 4-1 up. But he's managed to get over the line in the end. Johan Enstrom, a 6-5 winner against Jonas Masselin, and he moves through to the quarterfinals. Welcome back to live coverage from Lillestrøm, and it all comes down to this. Oscar Lassiaak against Brian Lockan in the last 16 of Pro Tour 12. A victory for Lassiaak in this one, and the job is done. He has finished in second place on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour Order of Merit, and he is going to Ali Pali in December. He has secured a debut at the PDC World Championship. A defeat here to Brian Lockan, and the wait goes on, and the door opens for Finland's Teemu Haru, who a title today for him would see him pip Oscar Lassiaak at the final hurdle and finish in that second place. So a big 25 to 30 minutes coming up here in that race to finish in second place. Now, as things stand, it may not come down to this game, because on the outside boards currently, we have got last 16 action going on. And Teemu Haru is currently 3-1 down to his fellow Finn Juho Ilhama. I don't know whether Lassiaak has got an eye on that match, but the focus surely has got to be on this one. He knows what he needs to do, win this match, and he's going to the Palace. Both players just pulling up at the moment, and we'll get this match underway. We do have 3 players already through to the quarterfinals of this, the final Pro Tour event of the season. Andreas Toft Jurgensson, Johan Enstrom, who we saw on the stream a few moments ago, and Marco Cantala. They are the first 3 players into the quarterfinals. Just run you through from some of the scores on the outside boards. I mentioned that Teemu Haru was 3-1 down. He's now got it back to 3-2. Par Rihonen is 3-2 up on Kent Juren Sivertsen, and Michael Mogensen 5-4 up on Lars Erik Lindgren. Those are the other last 16 ties currently going on, but the focus is on this one, a big match in the race for Ali Pali. Lassiaak, he's had a very strong year on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour this year. He won the first event of the season in Latvia. He's also made it to 3 more finals, including yesterday, losing all 3 of them to the man who has finished top of the rankings, Andreas Harrison. Those 2 have met in 4 of the finals so far this year. And I mentioned in the last game that we watched on the stream in Lassiaak survived a little bit of a scare in one of his previous rounds. We saw him going up against his fellow Swede Anton Östlund, was 2-0 down in that one. And then he won 4 legs on the spin, ended up winning 6 of the next 7 to get over the line and win that one 6 legs to 3. His throw here is under a little bit of pressure in this opening leg. Brian Lockan has started very well. He's down to a finish after 9 darts as well. And the 1-3-4 could go here. It's double 16. Wow, what a shot that would have been for Brian Lockan. And it's gone. He has found the target. Didn't look like it was in from our camera angle, but a 1-3-4 finish for Lockan to take this opening leg, a 12 dart breaker throw. The Dane has taken the opening leg of this match. And that will be music to the ears of Teemu Haru, who has just levelled up at 3 legs apiece in his last 16 tie. So plenty to think about for Oscar Lassiaak in this match. I'll just run you through how Brian Lockan has made it to this round of the tournament. He's come through 2 very close encounters so far against fellow Danish players. A 6-4 win against Jonas Graversen in the last 64. And in the previous round, well, the round after that, I should say, a 6-5 winner against Andreas Nielsen. Had a decent run yesterday as well, getting to the last 16, where he lost out to Johan Enstrom. And he started this match very well indeed. Once again, down to a finish after 9 darts, this time on throw. Lassiaak way back in this leg, so Lockan looking to double his advantage. Is he going to go for it? Doesn't have to. We did see him take out the 1-3-4. Is he going to go for the bullseye as well? Well, he's gone for it as well, and in the form he's in at the moment, why wouldn't you? Misses the ball for a 1-6-1. But he will be coming back in a moment to clean up that 25, double his lead in this match. Lassiaak piles in a 140 to get himself down to a finish. But it's 8-8 for Lockan. And it is a 2-0 lead for the Dane in this one. Not the start that Oscar Lassiaak would have wanted in a match that, if he wins, secures second spot and a place in the World Championship. Brian Lockan, worth mentioning some of the results that he's had in the past. He has made the semi-finals on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour in the past. Played in the World Series. Got to the final of the Finnish Masters a couple of years ago in the WDF system. A semi-finalist in the Swedish Open last year. No stranger to having a big run. But this has been some start for him. It is very early days, but I will mention that the highest recorded average on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour is 107.80. Brian Lockan currently 11 points better than that. 118. That would be some way to break that record. Lassiaak fighting back here. 140 halves his score. Gets him down to a checkout. Lockan going astray there. He's going to have to switch. He does. Another 19. Would have left the 170, but he's gone awry again with his last dart there. So a bit of breathing space for Lassiaak. Much needed here after the start he's had to this match. And he's not playing badly himself. Averaging 98. But you feel needs to get this leg on the board. Can't afford to go a double break down in this match. Well, a single 20 will leave himself tops when he comes back. Great set-up shot there for Lassiaak. Looks to get his first leg. Try and halt some of this early momentum from Brian Lockan in this match. Such a good start for him. The 1-3-4 finish against the throw, followed by a 14 dart hold. And Lassiaak has hit back tops with his last dart for a 15 dart holder throw. Halves the deficit in this match. On the outside boards, the other last 16 matches reaching their conclusions. Kent Joran Sivertsen 5-3 up against Par Rihanen. And that other important match in the race to finish in second spot in the rankings. Teemu Haru 4-3 down to Juho Ilhama. We do have quarter-final action warming up as well. Marco Kantala against Lars Erik Lindgren about to get underway. And we've not really heard much from Marco Kantala this weekend. We were talking about him quite a lot in the previous weekend when he got to a pair of semi-finals. We were wondering whether he was going to win one of the titles and move level on the all-time list of most Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour titles. He's got 15 titles to his name. Kim Viljanen, currently top of the list with 16. That could well happen today. He's 3 matches away from doing that. Moving level as well on 16. Brian Lockan here, looking good on throw to re-establish that two-leg cushion. Switches to the 18s with success there, down to a finish after 12 darts. Lassiaak going to need to find at least one treble here to join Lockan on a finish, and he gets that with the first dart. Can he fill it up? And he's got to stay there. He does. A straight ton to get down to a 156. Lockan with the first look at a checkout in this leg. Over to the 14s. Well, just assessing his options. Is he considering going 16s and 8s? Well, I'm not sure where he was going with that dart. He'd love to take that one again. Or is he miscounted? Not sure what he was thinking there. Brian Lockan with surely a miscount. Can Lassiaak take advantage? Well, he's not going to threaten the 156. So Lockan is going to come back now on 42 as he cleared his head. Double 16 for a 3-1 lead. And this time the double 16 is not found. So how crucial will that miscount be for Lockan? Lassiaak looking at double 8 to break back in this call, in this last 16. Gets it with his second dart, a fist pump there from the Swede. He's having a fight in this one, 2-0 down. Got it back level now at 2 legs apiece. Was looking for all the world that he was going to go 3-1 down there. He was given a helping hand there, Lockan with the miscount and then not taking out the 42. A reminder that a victory here for Lassiaak will confirm his place in the PDC World Championship in December. Surely that's got to be going through his head right now. He's been in that top 2 pretty much the whole season. Since he won that first title of the season, he's been up there in the rankings. And it has come down to this final event to confirm that he will be going to the Palace. A victory in this match. He'll be joining Andreas Harrison in that draw, the 128 player draw this year for the World Championship. Lassiaak, a player that had such a promising youth career. You go back just over 20 years now. 2004, he was the World Youth Master. The same year, he hit the 9-dart leg in the Denmark Open at just 12 years of age, the youngest player to do that in a competitive match. And he's had success as well, representing Sweden over the years in various competitions. But the last few years, he's really made his mark in the senior circuits, the likes of the Challenge Tour in the PDC and now the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour as well. And he does have a PDC Tour card as well. And looking good here to take the lead for the first time in this match. From 2-0 down, Lassiaak. Favourite, you'd say, to go 3-2 up here. Starting downstairs on the 19s. Now will it be Bull or, well, he's gone the treble 14 for tops. Down to a single to double shot unless this 1-3-1 goes for Brian Lockan. He's got a chance. Needed the treble 13 to have a shot at double 16. Tidies it up. But Lassiaak now to go in front for the first time in this match. tops. It goes inside. 2 darts missed for Lassiaak. And Lockan to break again. One dart left, double 5. Just resets himself. An important dart. And he goes inside again. 3 darts missed for Brian Lockan to break the Lassiaak throw. That's a big let off there for Lassiaak. This to edge in front for the first time. And he takes his chance. A 19 dart holder throw for Lassiaak. It is the longest leg of the match so far. But Oscar won't mind. He's gone in front for the first time. And counting down the legs now, you'd think 3 more legs. They'll be going to Ali Pali. Over on the outside boards, the only man that can overtake him for that second spot in the rankings. Teemu Haru has just beaten Juho Johanna 6 legs to 4. So he's through to the quarterfinals. He's doing his side of the bargain if he wins the title. But he does need Lassiaak to lose this match. His dreams of getting in the top 2 could be ending very shortly. Lassiaak surviving a real barrage at the start of this match from Brian Lockan. Was in some vintage form. The 1-3-4 for the 12 darter, followed by the 14 dart hold. But missed chances in the last 2 legs has opened the door for Lassiaak. This match could really be 4-1 to Lockan if he'd have taken his chances. Quarterfinal lineup really starting to take shape now. This is the last Pro Tour event of the season. We do now know 6 of the players that are going to be in the quarterfinals today. Marco Kantila, Johan Enstrom, Andreas Toft Jurgensson, Lars Erik Lindgren, Kent Joran Sivertsen. Now just a moment ago, Teemu Haru also joining that list. Brian Lockan with the maximum there to get down to 61. Lassiaak joining him on the same score. Good leg this one. But Lockan gets the first chance. At double 18. There's 2 darts missed. More missed doubles for Lockan. Really could have put this one out of sight if he'd have taken his chances. Lassiaak. What a chance this is. He gets the 25. It's double 18. He gets it with the last dart. 4-2 lead for Oscar Lassiaak from 2-0 down. He has turned this match around from a breakdown to a break up. And now just 2 legs away from a spot in the quarterfinals, but more importantly, from qualifying for the World Championship for the first time in his career. 2 holes of throw will get him over the line. Mentioned those players that are through to the quarterfinals and that quarterfinal lineup taking shape. The winner of this match will play Andreas Toft Jurgensson in the quarterfinals, and the race for Ali Pali, there is also that race to get to the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship, finishing the top 24 in the rankings. And the player to watch at the moment is Toft Jurgensson, currently in 26th spot. If he can win his quarterfinal, he will move into that top 24. Brian Lockan still with an outside chance to get into that top 24 as well. But he would need to win this match and win his quarterfinal as well, at least. And maybe that's been on his mind when he went 2-0 up, thinking, I can do this. But it's unravelled since then. He's not taking his chances. And he's had plenty of them. Good first start there from Lassiaak. Needs a couple of trebles to get down to a finish, and he finds a pair of them. Locking up against it now. Now will he switch to the ball? He does. Sensible play there. The 25 would have left the 167. The bullseye gets him down to 142 as well. Lassiaak with the first look at it. Not going to go. Can Lockan threaten the 142? No. Needed a treble with the first dart. Good adjustment. Puts a bigger dent in it. Lassiaak may only be one dart at a double here from this 82. He's gone the bullseye route. That's a good recovery. Double 10. Goes inside. Such a good second dart to give himself a chance, but Lockan to break back. And he gets it. A clean finish, 58. And this match is now back on throw. Stops the rot. 4 legs on the spin for Oscar Lassiaak from 2-0 down to lead 4-2. Lockan has got this match back on throw. As I mentioned, he's got plenty to play for in this tournament. We've only seen him play on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour this weekend and the previous weekend, his home weekend in Denmark. But he has got a chance to get into that Nordic and Baltic Championship. But he does need at least a couple more wins to get into that field. And details of that tournament will follow very, very shortly. A great addition to the calendar. A great incentive for these players to get into that tournament, playing for the Jan Hoffman Trophy. Jan, one of the founders of the Scandinavian Darts Corporation, which has gone on to become PDC Nordic and Baltic. The trophy named in his honour. And the winner of that tournament will also qualify for the World Championship. We know that event will take place at the start of October, the first weekend of October in Denmark. Well, there's going to be a prize fund of €18,500, €6,500 to the winner. Lassiaak, if he keeps, well, I was going to say if he kept straight, he would have left the finish. You can see the grimace there from him as he strays into the one. Lockan should leave a finish first in this leg. Just working out the numbers. He'll be glad he stopped because another single 19 would have left a bogey number. So he's got to try and find a 20. Wow, you can see the anguish there from Lockan. Let off for Lassiaak. Good setup shot here. Will put him firmly in control. That's a great first dart. What a setup. Single to leave tops. Well, he didn't want to risk it. Switches to the 12s. And the 156 leaves double 12. We've seen players in the past bust on the 180. He wasn't going to give himself any risk of doing that. Sensible play. And Lockan can't put any pressure on it. Broke back in the last leg, but looks like he's going to be broken again here. Double 12 for Lassiaak. Double 6 is enough, and Oscar Lassiaak is one leg away from the World Championship. Match that if he wins, he will secure second spot in the Nordic and Baltic rankings. He has got the throw in 2 of the final 3 legs to get over the line. He'd love to do it in this leg. He's really had to battle back in this one from 2-0 down. One more leg. And he's going to the Palace in December. In the background, we have got Teemu Haru warming up against Kent-Göran Sivertsen in the quarterfinals. Haru, the only player that can overtake Lassiaak in the rankings. But he may be about to get underway in that match, and his hopes of finishing in second spot could be over. Lassiaak goes trebleless for that visit. Gives Lockan a chance if he can pile in a big score. Just manages to sneak one in over the top there. He's got to break, hold and break to win this match and keep his own hopes alive of getting to the Nordic and Baltic Championship. Straight ton there for Lassiaak as he works his way down to a finish. What will he be thinking inside? It's been such a great year on the tour for him. But all those weekends, all those hours spent travelling, practicing, and it all comes down to this leg. Potentially could be the one that gets him there to the World Championship. Excellent visit there, 140 down to a finish. And Lockan, but he'll stay there now he's got a treble. Can he fill it up? Lockan down to a finish as well, but this 105 for Oskar Lassiaak, and he will be going to the World Championship. Treble 18. Would have given him a shot at the double. So this has got to go for Brian Lockan. He's looking at treble 18 now to get a shot at the ball. Not going to go. So Oskar Lassiaak, this is your moment. 48 points away from the World Championship. It'll be tops. There's 2 match start miss for Lassiaak. Lockan, surely this is his last chance. Double 4 to keep the match alive. And he takes it in 2 darts. 2 match starts missed for Lassiaak. Brian Lockan steps in. And we go on. He needed a break, a hold and a break to nick it. He's got the first break. Can he hold to take us all the way in this last 16 tie and keep Teemu Haru's hopes of second spot alive and leave Lassiaak with a very nervous wait to see if he will be finishing in second place himself. Good start from Lassiaak, profiting on the 60 from Lockan. I mentioned that race to the Nordic and Baltic Championship. A lot of the field now is confirmed, but currently in 24th spot in that last place for the tournament is Ralf Slormanis. But there are a few players still in the tournament that can overtake him. Andreas Toft Jurgensson, the one to watch at the moment. One more win for him and he'll move into the field. Brian Lockan needs a couple of wins. Lars-Erik Lindgren, who's in the quarterfinals, is going to need to make the final. Great first start for Lassiaak. Edges him back in front in this leg. Again, it's a leg that if he wins, the job is done. He's heading to the Palace. But he's had those 2 match starts in the last leg. Another trebleless visit there for Lockan. Can Lassiaak make him pay here? No, he can't. Follows it with a 60 of his own. Lockan back in the treble. What a visit this is. A maximum for Lockan. And it looks like we are going to be going to a final leg shootout. Oscar Lassiak's World Championship hopes against Brian Lockan's Nordic and Baltic Championship hopes could come down to 1 leg of 5:01 in a few seconds' time if Brian Lockan can take this 41. He's looking at double 16. And we are going to that final leg. Lassiaak with the throw. Win this leg, you're booking your ticket, you're booking your plane journey over to London in December. What can he start with in this first visit? Sneaks a treble with the last start. He'll take that. Lockan back in the treble as well here. Brilliant maximum in the last leg. He just edges in front with a 140. Been a good watch this one. We know that both players have got something to play for. Both players have had their moments. Plenty of breaks of throw, some big finishes. One from Lockan, that 1-3-4. Good adjustment with the second. You want to take that third dart again though, but he has got a slim advantage in this decider against the throw. Lassiaak switching to the 19s now to try and find a big score up to the 18s. He manages to find a treble with his last dart, important dart. Lockan, 2 trebles will get him down to a finish first. He's got 1. And he gets the second. Lockan taking control of this decider. Lassiaak needs to find a big score here. One treble will get him down to a finish. Moves along the oche to try and find one. He manages to get one with the last start. Both on a finish here, but Lockan with the first look at it, a 140. Does he stay there? He does. The second one's not in, so 20 to leave tops. Lassiaak now, this 148 has got to go. What a way to get to the World Championship this would be. Not going to get a chance at the double. So Brian Lockan to keep that race for second spot alive for Teemu Haru and keep his own hopes alive of getting to the Nordic and Baltic Championship. Tops he wants. And he hits it with the second dart, and you can see the reaction from him. A big win for Brian Lockan. A match that goes all the way to a last leg decider. Survives 2 match darts in the 10th leg. And Brian Lockan's hopes of getting to the Nordic and Baltic Championship are still alive. And you can see Oscar Lassiaak, he now faces a very nervous wait now to finish in second spot. Teemu Haru, if he wins the title, he will overtake Lassiaak for that second spot. Brian Lockan, he's won, he's through to the quarterfinals, 6-5 winner against Oscar Lassiaak. Welcome back to Lillstrom, and plenty of drama we've just seen in that last game. Brian Lockan and Oscar Lassiaak going all the way to a last leg decider. Lockan surviving match darts from Lassiaak to keep his own hopes alive of getting to the Nordic and Baltic Championship. And this next match on the live stream, that is going to be the focus for these two players, Brian Lockan and Andreas Toft Jurgensson. Both go into this quarterfinal of Pro Tour 12 knowing that a victory would move them into the spots, the provisional spots, for that Nordic and Baltic Championship. Toft Jurgensson currently in 26th and Lockan in 28th. Jurgensson currently €25 out of the spots. Lockan €75 out of the spots. And this match is worth an extra €100 to your rankings. So a very important match, this one. And I'm sure both players will be more than aware of the permutations for this one. And that is why we have got it on the live stream. An important match for both players. We'll look at the state of play for Pro Tour 12. This is the final Pro Tour event of the season. Kantala, the first player through to the semi-finals. The Finn, 6-2 winner against Lars-Erik Lindgren. We're going to be seeing him in the semi-finals. The other two quarterfinals already underway on the outside boards. You can see them in the background there. Teemu Haru 5-2 up now against Kent Göran Sivertsen. And Ivan Springborg Paulsen has just levelled up at one leg apiece with Johan Enstrom. That race for second spot in the rankings, it goes on. Oscar Lassiaak going out to Brian Lockan in the last 16. It does open the door for Teemu Haru. If he wins the title today, he will move level on prize money with Oscar Lassiaak. He will overtake him on countback by the slimmest of margins. But for now, it's all focus on the race for the Nordic and Baltic Championship in this one. Brian Lockan had just a few minutes to compose himself after winning that last that went all the way to a last leg. He's now got to do it again. He's got to win this one against Toft Jurgensson, who after a ropey first couple of visits, finding his range there with the 140. Lockan with a big lead in this opening leg. Should hold his throw. Previous match, he won the first leg in 12 darts. That 1-3-4 finish. Is the 101 going to go here? Double 12. Yes, it does. Brian Lockan kicking off another match with a ton plus finish. He edges 1-0 in front in this opening leg on throw. For Toft Jurgensson, I'll just run you through his results so far today. He's had some very close matches in the early rounds. A 6-5 winner against Helmer Johansson. And then a 6-4 victory against Daniel Larsen, who was a Pro Tour title winner last time out in Denmark. And he's just beaten Victor Tingstrom 6-2 in the last 16 to move into the quarterfinals. Brian Lockan, we spoke about his run in the previous game. Coming through that real close encounter with Oscar Lassiaak 6-5. His last two matches have been won 6-5. Also beat Andreas Nilsson in the last 32. Beat Jonas Graverson 6-4 in his first game. So he's getting his money's worth today. Toft Jurgensson down to a finish, but Lockan will get the first look at it with this 1-4-1. And a good set-up shot there. Down to a single to double. Jurgensson could be getting broke here on throw. So a chance here for Lockan to double his lead. It is double 16. And it is a 2-0 lead for Brian Lockan in this quarter-final. Match that both players know how important it is. A win for either player will put them in those spots for the Nordic and Baltic Championship. At the moment, Lockan is the one who appears to be heading into that top 24 in the rankings. He has taken a 2-0 lead, averaging over the ton. Toft Jurgensson yet to get a shot at a double in this match. It has been a good weekend though for Toft Jurgensson, qualifying for ET13 on Friday. He did beat Darius Labanauskas 6-5 in the final of that qualifier. So we are going to be seeing him on the big stage next month in the Swiss Darts Trophy. Haru just taken out a 1-3-2 finish to knock out Kent Uren Sivertson. He is through to the semi-finals. And he will play the winner of this one between Lockan and Toft Jurgensson. So we've got 2 Finnish players already through to the semi-finals here in Norway in this final Pro Tour event of the weekend. Marco Kantila and Teemu Haru. We could be seeing 2 Danish players join them. We are guaranteed one in this one. In the other quarter-final, Ivan Springborg Poulsen, 2 legs apiece with Johan Enstrom. Well, he's not quite busted at 1-7-1 to leave double 2 for Toft Jurgensson, but 74 here for Lockan to hold his throw. He's under pressure here. 1 dart at tops. Has a look over the top. It's just under. So Toft Jurgensson to get a leg on the board. He takes it on double 2. He didn't mean to leave it, but he'll take it. And this match is now back on throw. So we are set for an exciting finish to the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour for 2025. We had exactly the same last year, if you remember. Darius Labanauskas winning that final tournament of the year is to get into the top 20, get into the top 2 and get to the World Championship. In that last event, Teemu Haru got to the final. He'll be hoping to go one better in the final event today, because that would get him to the World Championship himself. And we saw at the end of that last game the disappointment for Oscar Lassiaak. Had those 2 match starts, it would have confirmed him in second spot. Now he's got to face a nervous wait to see if Haru wins the title or not. Good leg this from Toft Jurgensson. 91 after 9 darts. A simple setup shot here to leave tops, with Lockan way back on 281. And just like his last 16 game, Lockan raced into that 2-0 lead, was then pegged back to 2 apiece. Looks like it's going to be the same here. Toft Jurgensson looking at tops. Well, has to switch to double 4. Hunting round the board for a double, but time is on his side here. Lockan needs a treble to leave a finish. Not going to find one. So at least 6 darts here for Toft Jurgensson. Only needs the 1 dart. We have a level game, 2 legs apiece in this quarter-final. A good response from Toft Jurgensson. After going 2 legs down, he's got it back to 2-all. The other quarter-final on the outside boards has gone level again. Ivan Springborg Paulsen and Johan Enstrom. Enstrom just winning that last leg to make it 3-all in that one. And the winner of that will play Marco Cantila in the semi-finals. He's gone a little bit under the radar today, Marco Cantila. He's got a chance of making some history today. Currently on 15 Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour titles, 1 behind Kim Viljanen on 16. Can move level on the all-time list with the title. Toft Jurgensson, he's got a title under his belt. Back in, I believe, 2020 or 2021. It was a few years ago since he won his title. Lockan, the best he's done is a semi-final a few years ago. He's froze under pressure here. Gets down to a finish. Toft Jurgensson, all about the setup shot here. Can't find a treble. The 1-4-2 not going to go for Lockan. He finds a treble with that last dart. Toft Jurgensson starting on the 19s, 4 19s for a shot at double 16, and you can see the reaction to that second dart. Recovers well with the treble 18. Lockan here to go back in front. Double 16. Has a look round. Not quite. So for a third leg on the spin for Toft Jurgensson. He wants the same target, double 16. Gets it with the last dart. 3 legs on the spin. For Toft Jurgensson, he's turned this match around. He was a breakdown, 2-0 down. He's now 3-2 up and a break up. 3 legs away from the semi-finals, and also moving into the top 24 in the rankings and the spots for the Nordic and Baltic Championship. Both players here know a victory would move them into that top 24. So much on the line here. That tournament, a huge opportunity for a lot of players. You win that tournament, you're going to be the first name on the Jan Hoffman Trophy. You're going to pocket €6,500, and you're going to be going to the PDC World Championship in December as well. An exciting prospect for a lot of players, that. See in the background there, Lockan just working on his throw. Trying to find a little bit of consistency. We saw he had such a good start in that previous game against Oscar Lassiaak. He was averaging above 110. Ended up being a 91 average, which got him over the line. Toft Jurgensson down to a finish, and he's going to get at least 6 darts from this 140 to double his lead. Keep this run of legs going. Yeah, nowhere near the treble. That last dart leaves tops. Looking in a very good position to go 4-2 in front. Lockan finds a treble with the last dart, but Jurgensson tops for a 4-2 lead. Only needs the one dart. He's 4 legs on the spin for Jurgensson as he moves a step closer to the semi-finals here in Pro Tour 12 and a step closer to the Nordic and Baltic Championship. On the outside board, Johan Enstrom has just gone 5-3 up on Ivan Springborg Poulsen. He's 1 leg away from the semi-finals. We will have live action of the semi-finals after this match. We will have the final as well. We are set for an exciting finish here in Lillestrøm. And that race to finish in second spot, Teemu Haru. How is he going to be feeling right now? He's still got a chance to finish in second place. He's needed results to go his way after he went out early yesterday. He needed Oscar Lassiaak not to win the title yesterday. He lost in the final. And then today he's needed Lassiaak to go out before the quarterfinals. He's gone out in the last 16. But now the final piece of the jigsaw, he needs to win the title to overtake him on countback. They'd both be on €4,475 each. But the title would be enough to put Haru above him on that countback. 140 there for Lockan. He looks to stop the rot in this quarterfinal. And for once, he's going to have plenty of time at the back end of a leg. 76 to hold his throw. Well, he's all over the place with that visit. But time is on his side in this leg. Jurgensson not on a finish yet. Unless he finds a treble here with the last dart, which he doesn't. So he's going to have a couple of visits at least here, Lockan, to stop this run of legs from his opponent. 8-8. She pins with the last dart, halves the deficit. But Jurgensson does have that breaker throw to his name. He knows 2 holes to throw will get him over the line and get him through to the semi-finals. Lockan needs a breaker throw. Johan Enstrom, he is into the semi-finals. He has beaten Ivan Springborg Poulsen 6 legs to 3. It will be Enstrom versus Cantler in the semi-finals in the top half of the draw. The bottom half of the draw, Teemu Haru will play the winner of this one. And Lockan put the pressure on against the throw. This match kind of an unofficial qualifier for the Nordic and Baltic Championship. It's an exciting new addition to the calendar this year. We saw it announced a few months ago. The Jan Hoffman Trophy. You know, going into that tournament, Andreas Harrison will be the #1 seed. The rest of the seedings and the lineup will be confirmed at the end of this tournament. Great visit there from Lockan. Finds 2 big trebles to get down to 70, and he will get a chance at it. This to break back, get this match back level and on throw. It'll be 19 now for the bull. Bullseye for 4 apiece. Goes outside. A dart missed to level this quarterfinal. Jurgensson. He may now need to go for the bull as well. Well, he's found the double 18 there. Gave him a shot at the double 16. Brian Lockan to level the match, and you can see Toft Jurgensson in the background. One dart left. He can't take the chance. You can see the anguish written on the face of Brian Lockan. He's had a big chance there to level this quarter-final. Toft Jurgensson coming back. One dart left at double four. And his chance goes begging as well. How crucial could this passage of play be? Toft Jurgensson has had chances to go 5-3 up. Lockan to level. Double eight. Well, can he find a way through? He's peering round. Can he sneak this last dart through? Not quite. You can't get any closer than that. 3 well thrown darts there from Lockan. Toft Jurgensson pins the double four. He edges 5-3 in front, one leg away from the semi-finals. Survived a scare on throw there. Lockan having chances to break. Toft Jurgensson knows one more leg. And he'll move into those spots for the Nordic and Baltic Championship. The seedings, we know it is going to be the top 8 will be seeded through to the second round. I mentioned Andreas Harrison, the top seed. Daniel Larsson, he will be the 8th seed. The other seedings from 2 down to 7 will be confirmed following play finishing today. Will Oskar Lassiaak be the number 2 seed, or will it be Teemu Haru? That is going to be confirmed in the next half an hour or so. Whoever is the 2nd seed knows they're going to be going to the World Championship. Good visit there from Toft Jurgensson. Takes the lead in this leg. The leg he needs to move into the semi-finals. One good set-up shot here, and he will get a chance at it. He will come back in a moment at 68 to move into the semi-finals and end Brian Lockan's hopes of getting to the Nordic and Baltic Championship and put himself in those spots. All Lockan can do now is hope that he comes back to the board. It's 68 for Toft Jurgensson. One dart at double 16. And he goes outside. So this has got to go for Brian Lockan. Double 12, great first dart. And he goes into the single 9. A disaster for Brian Lockan. He's not going to get a second dart at a double. Such a good first dart. But he's straight into the single 9. And this has given Andreas Toft Jurgensson 3 clear darts to move into the semi-finals. And Andreas Toft Jurgensson has beaten Brian Lockan. It was a match that both players needed to win to get into the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship. And it is Andreas Toft Jurgensson who has won it 6 legs to 3. He moves into top 24. And now he'll be looking to win the title. He's into the semi-finals. Sets up a match with Teemu Haru in the semi-finals of Pro Tour 12. He has beaten Brian Lockan 6-3. Welcome back to Pro Tour 12 of the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. We are down to the semi-finals, and all of a sudden it's got quite exciting, hasn't it, for the PDC World Championship. This is the final event of the season. The top two on the order of merit after today will be going to Alexandra Palace in December. Andreas Harrison, he's already there. His flights, I'm sure they're going to be booked very secured top spot on the rankings yesterday by winning his fourth title of the season. Second place on the rankings, well, that is still up for grabs. Oscar Lassiaak, his lead is now been cut to €900. There's only one man that can replace him at second place, and that is a player we're going to be watching in this semi-final, Teemu Haru. A title for him today, and he will replace Oscar Lassiaak on countback. That is how close this could go in that race to the World Championship. The other semi-final, there's plenty to talk about in that one as well. We have just gone 2-1 up in that semi-final for Kantala. If he can win the title today, he would move level on the all-time list of most Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour titles. He'd go level with Kimball Yard on 16. But this semi-final is the one that we want to watch, isn't it? Are we going to get that thrilling finish to the season? Is that last spot for the World Championship via the rankings going to come down to the last game of the season? If you're Teemu Haru, you certainly hope it will be. If you're Oscar Lassiaak, you're going to be hoping that Andreas Toft Jurgensson can do him a big favour here. If he can knock out Teemu Haru in this match, then we know Oscar Lassiaak will be finishing second, and he'll be going to the World Championship in December. Lassiaak, he's been so close to confirming that second spot this weekend. If he'd have won the title yesterday, he lost out 6-4 in the final to Andreas Harrison. The title enough. And then earlier on in the stream, we saw that narrow defeat to Brian Lockan, 6-5. He had 2 match darts. If he'd have won that last 16 match, that would have been enough as well. So he has got to wait and see if he is going to be going to the World Championship in December. Both players just pulling up here in this semi-final. And for one player, Haru, lots to play for. For Andreas Toft Jurgensson, his cup final, if you like, was in the previous round. That match with Brian Lockan in the quarterfinals. The winner of that was going to move into the top 24 and qualify for the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship. Toft Jurgensson won it, and he's moved into the top 24, and he is now going to be in that field in Denmark at the start of October. A bit of a free run for him now, because there's not really much for him left to play for apart from getting a little bit of extra prize money and winning what would be his second Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour title. All the pressure is on this man, Teemu Haru, who won his quarter-final with a brilliant 1-3-2 finish to get over the line. And yeah, he's just had to hit and hope, basically, today. Win his matches, do his side of it, and hope Lassiaak win out before the quarterfinals. It's a very strong start to this one for Haru. Back-to-back 140s, followed by a maximum to leave 41 after 9 darts. A very impressive start for the Finn, who kicked off his campaign today with a 6-0 win against Christian Snedden. See if he can hit this double 16 for a 12 dart leg. And it does go, a 12 dart leg on throw for Teemu Haru. Yeah, 6-0 win against Christian Snedden in the last 64. 6-1 against Andreas Rockstad. He was pushed pretty close by his fellow Finn, Juho Juhama, in the last 16. He was 3-1 down in that one, come back to win it 6-4. And then in the quarterfinals, a 6-3 winner against Kent Joran Sivertsen. After that defeat for Lassiaak, his World Championship fate for the first time this weekend is now in his own hands. He knows what he needs to do. 2 more wins and he'll be going to the Palace. The other semi-final, currently 2 legs apiece between Johan Enstrom and Marco Cantala. This is the final day of action on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour for 2025. We've had 12 events this year. Good to see that number of events increase this year. Good to see Norway back on the list of locations as well. This is the first time we've had Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour action in Norway since 2017. So a shout out to all the team behind the scenes at the Nordic and Baltic in Norway for putting this event on. I know from speaking to people behind the scenes, there's been talks of adding Norway to the calendar for a few years. There's been a few test events that have been going on to see what the interest would be like, and we saw yesterday 81 entries, which is a joint record for this year. A little bit lower today. I think 66 players entered this tournament, but a good number of entries, and Teemu Haru looking to be the last man standing today. Can he find a treble 19 to give him a shot at the ball for a 2-0 lead? Goes just outside, so a chance there for an early break for Teemu Haru. Well, it all comes down to this, the final of Pro Tour 12 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, the final event, the final match of the season, and it is all to play for in this final. Johan Enstrom against Teemu Haru, and Oscar Lassiaak currently in second spot in the rankings. I don't think he can watch this match because if Teemu Haru wins, he will overtake him on countback, move into second spot and qualify for the PDC World Championship. It all comes down to this final game of the season. I'm Alex Moss from the Weekly Dartscast, delighted to be here once again to call through the action of this final. And we've got a final where it is all to play for. Johan Enstrom looking to pick up his first title of the season. He finished third on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour last year, was just edged out in the final to make his own debut in the World Championship. A title for him today would move him up to fourth spot on the rankings. But it is all eyes on this man on your screen right now, the Finnish thrower, Teemu Haru, who coming into this weekend, he was in contention for the World Championship. He's really had to rely on results elsewhere going in his favour. Oscar Lassiaak got to the final of Pro Tour 11 yesterday. If he'd have beaten Andreas Harrison in that final, that would have secured him a second place finish. So it did come down to this final event today, and Lassiaak went into that final event knowing that if he got to the quarterfinals, he would be going to Ali Pali. But in the last 16, missing 2 match darts against Brian Lockan, losing that match in a last leg decider. And it has opened the door here for Haru. Knows that if he wins this title, if he wins this match against Johan Enstrom, he will be going to the World Championship. So we've got ourselves an exciting conclusion to the Pro Tour season on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Both players now bulling up to decide who is going to throw first. As with all the matches on the Pro Tour, it is a race to 6 legs, best of 11 to determine the winner. And it will be the Sweet Ferret, Johan Enstrom, who gets this final underway. Give a mention to another tournament that today, going into it, we were going to confirm the lineup for, and that is the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship. The top 24 players on the rankings at the end of today's event will qualify for that. We know the lineup of players. We know that the top 8 players are going to be seeded for that tournament as well. That will include the 2 players in this final, Teemu Haru and Johan Enstrom. They will be amongst the seeded players. I've been told by Dean Moss, no relation, that the players ranked 9 to 16 on the rankings, they will be seeded in the first round draw, and the draw for the tournament will be made in Copenhagen tomorrow. So keep an eye out for that on the Nordic and Baltic socials. We'll get the draw for that tournament tomorrow. But will Teemu Haru go into that tournament as the number 2 seed, or will he go in as the number 3 seed? That is going to be determined in this match. If he goes in as the number 2 seed, he knows he's already secured that spot at the World Championship. The Nordic and Baltic Championship, that does carry an extra spot in the World Championship. If the winner of that tournament comes from one of the top 2 seeds, then third place on the Nordic and Baltic Order of Merit will get that spot in the World Championship. Good start here for Johan Enstrom, switching to the 19s. A treble would have left himself on tops, but he is down to a finish first. Haru going to need to find a couple of big trebles here to get down to a finish as well. That dart strain into the 5 ends his hopes of leaving a check out. So Enstrom will have 6 darts here to hold throw in the opening leg. It will be double 12. Gets it with the last dart and a fist pump there from Enstrom. He's not playing for a World Championship spot in this match. But he is playing for Oscar Lassiaak. Oscar will be Engstrom's biggest fan right now. But he'll also be wanting to end the season on a high, pick up another title. As I mentioned, he won a pair of titles last year, had a very good season on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour last year. Made a final earlier on in the season, getting to the final with Pro Tour 3, where he lost to Baltasmelderis 6-4. Haru. He won his first career Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour title at Pro Tour 7 when he beat Daniel Larsson in the final. Also got to the final of Pro Tour 2. This is his third final of the season. And he knows that a second title will get him to the Palace. That's got to be going through his head right now. We saw at the latter end of the semi-final that was on the stream earlier, that matchup with Andreas Toft Jurgensson. It was a 6-1 win for Haru in that one, but we saw right at the end of that match, it took a while for Haru to get the final double. Seen plenty of darts in that one. It was a 27 dart holder throw in the end that won him that 7th leg. I don't think he's going to be afforded many 27 dart legs in this one. Enstrom, he's had a good run today. He lost out in the final of the ET14 qualifiers yesterday to Darius Labanauskas, so we're not going to see him play in a 5th Euro Tour event this year. It has still been a good weekend. Got to the semi-finals of Pro Tour 11 yesterday. Today we've seen him come through a pair of last leg deciders against Andreas Hilgårdhus in the last 32 and Jonas Masselin in the last 16. In the last 2 rounds, we've seen him beat Ivan Springborg Paulsen 6-3. And then his best performance of the day so far, a 6-2 win against Marco Cantala in the semi-finals, just under the 90 average in that one. Much like the first leg, it looks like it's going to be a comfortable holder throw here for Haru. Looking to leave himself handy when he comes back. Looking for that treble 18 to leave tops. One treble visit there from Enstrom gets him down to a finish. But it's 76 for Haru to level up this final. And is he going to look for a single 20 to leave double 18? He is his double 18 to level this final. Just goes outside, so a chance to break for Enstrom in this final. Can he sneak a treble in there? Just goes under, and you see the grimace on the face there from Enstrom. He fancied to go at that 130. But it's double 18 for Haru to level this final up at 1 leg apiece. He gets it with a first dart. We are level. 22 dart holder throw there. Haru. Following up the 15 dart holder throw from Enstrom in the opening leg. It's a good response here from Haru. Piles in the maximum. Haru, one of 2 players to hit a 9 dart leg on the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. He joined that Roll of Honour last year when he hit one during the Denmark weekend of the season. Kim Jensen was the first to do it back in 2012. We're not going to see a third one in this leg though. But a good find with that last dart. Gives him a little bit of a lead in this leg. Enstrom was looking at the 19s to start that visit. 7 19s would have left the 170. Oh, you're now having to switch down himself. And he gets down to a finish first in this leg. Ton for Enstrom, gets him down to a better one, but Haru will have the first go at a checkout in this leg. Treble 18 for the ball. Doesn't get the shot at the ball, so this for a holder throw for Enstrom. Starting on the 19s. Not going to get a go at tops. So an opportunity again for Haru to break throw first in this final. It will be double 4. And it is the first breaker throw, and you see the reaction there from Haru to the crowd that have stayed around to watch this final. To his supporters there. Takes out the 68 in 2 darts. It is the first breaker throw in this final. Big step towards the World Championship for the Finn. A reminder, if he wins this final, he will move ahead of Oscar Lassiaak on that Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour Order of Merit on countback, and he will qualify for the PDC World Championship. We are guaranteed 2 debutants in the World Championship from the Order of Merit. Andreas Harrison, he's already confirmed as the number 1 seed from the Nordic and Baltic Order of Merit. He's going to be going there. But will it be Oscar Lassiaak or will it be Teemu Haru that joins him? At the start of the day, Lassiaak would have been a big favourite, and when he had those darts to finish the match against Brian Lockan, he would have been a massive favourite to get over the line. But he missed his chance, and now it has been a very nervous wait to see how this tournament unfolds. We have got ourselves an exciting finish to the season. We had the same last year, with Darius Labanauskas winning the final tournament to finish second ahead of Johan Enstrom. I remember speaking to Enstrom not long after that tournament finished, ahead of him playing in the World Series of Darts finals in Amsterdam. We had him on the weekly Darts cast, and you could tell it was a very sore subject still for him. He was still so disappointed to miss out. It looks like Haru is going to consolidate that breaker throw, hold his throw here. It would be 16s for the ball, not the route he would have intended. It is 1 dart at the ball. It goes wide, but you see the reaction from Haru there. It's not a bad slip, is it? He's left double 18. I can assure you that was not the intended target he was going for there. Enstrom picking off a treble 18 there. But it's double 18 for Haru for a 3-1 lead. He work his way closer with the last dart. Yes, he can. It is a 3-1 lead for Teemu Haru, halfway to the finish line in this final and halfway to a spot in the World Championship. 3-1 up against Johan Enstrom. There's 3 legs on the spin for Haru. And I wonder how he would have been feeling during the day today. How would he have been feeling at the start of the day, knowing that his fate was not in his hands when the draw come out, and he would have seen the various potential opponents for both himself. I'm sure he may have looked at Oscar Lassiaak's route to the quarterfinals. Where could he come unstuck? We did see Lassiaak go 2-0 down against Anton Östlund in the early rounds, come back and win that one 6-3. Then his run did come to an end against Brian Lockan, but he did have those match starts. And then the door is open then, isn't it? And it's down to Haru to do his side and win the title. And so far, so good for him. He's into the final. He's 3-1 up. He's got to break a throw. Not the ideal visit there, but it is on the Enstrom throw. He's got that break in the bank. He knows that if he can hold his throw 3 more times, he will be moving into second spot on the rankings, and he will be going to the World Championship. It will be another big stage debut for him this year. We've seen him play a couple of times on the Euro Tour. We've seen him play in the World Cup as well. But there is no tournament bigger than the World Championship, which this year does boast a record prize fund, £5 million in total, £1 million to the winner. It is a life-changing tournament for a lot of players. And this year we have got 128 of them that are going to be heading to Ali Pali. It is going to be a flat draw as well, so every player is going to start in the first round. So we could see the likes of Andreas Harrison going up against a Luke Humphreys or a Luke Littler in the first round. Enstrom looking at 93 to stop this run of legs of Haru. It is double 10 with his last dart. And he takes it. Good finish there from the Sweet Ferret. He halves the deficit. It is 3-2 to Teemu Haru. He has got that breaker throw in the bank, as we mentioned. Saw the fist pump there from Enstrom. He wants to win this title, make no mistake about it. He wants that third career Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour title, finish the season on a high, and then take that into that Nordic and Baltic Championship where he would go into that tournament as the number 4 seed. He'll fancy his chances of a good weekend in Copenhagen, winning that title, and that would be the route that gets him to the World Championship. Are you having to switch down the board here, blocking the treble with that first dart? It's a slack visit there. It does open the door for Enstrom here, if he can pile in a big score. Perfect first dart. Switches with the 18s. He'll be disappointed not to have found more after that first dart, but it does give him a slight lead in this leg. Are you really having to work now to find big scores? And he goes trebleless again. 6 darts without a treble for the Finn. Yeah, he's just taking a moment there, working out the maths. If he'd have hit a single 19 with that second dart, he wouldn't have been able to leave a finish. But he doesn't make the most of that slip from Haru. Just 4 points separating them in this leg. Get the feeling like this is an important leg all of a sudden. Haru wins it. He goes 4-2 up. Enstrom breaks back. We are level at 3-all, back on throw. Great recovery there from Haru. 2 trebles to get himself down to a finish. Takes control of this leg once again. And you felt like it was just one big shot was going to be pivotal in this leg. Perfect dart there, double 8. Can you work with that one? Yes, he can. It is a 4-2 lead for Teemu Haru. And that 76 finish, we did see that earlier in the match. First start hitting the single 20, and he had to have a think about it. Did he want to go 16 and try and move along and hit tops with it being blocked with the first start? Decided to find a single 20 to leave double 18, but that first start in the treble 20, couldn't have asked for more than that. Pins the double 8, and he has a 4-2 lead. And Teemu Haru now just 2 legs away from the title, 2 legs away from a spot in the PDC World Championship. This time yesterday, needed a lot of results to go in his favour. This is the final piece of the jigsaw now. If Haru can win this final, he will overtake Oscar Lassiaak on countback. They'll both be on the same amount of prize money, €4,475 each. But it will be Haru that goes ahead of Lassiaak on countback after winning this title. Could not be closer in the rankings. Ton there for Haru, gets him down to a finish first in this leg. Enstrom will need a treble here to get down to a finish himself. Doesn't find one, so Haru has got 6 darts from this 161 if he needs them to move a leg away. Does he stay there? He does. It's an excellent setup shot. And the fist pump there, he knows how important that was. Didn't need to go treble 17 for the ball with Enstrom back on 172. And he produces the perfect setup shot. It is 3 clear darts at double 16 to move a leg away from the World Championships. And it's there. 5-2 lead for Teemu Haru. He is on the brink of the World Championship. He needs one more leg. He'll be moving into second spot and going to Ali Pali in December. Johan Enstrom, he's going to need to win 4 legs on the spin to take the title and keep his fellow Swede Oscar Lassiaak in that second spot. One more leg for Haru. He's going to the World Championship. What can Enstrom reply with? Haru has won 4 of the last 5 legs in this final. He's won 5 of the last 6 from 1-0 down. He is 2 breaks of throw up as well now. It's such a commanding position in this final. What's going to be going through his head right now? He's in the position that he'd want to be in. It's not gone very close. It's not gone 5-4, 5-5 yet anyway. He's going to get chances with a little bit of breathing space to get this final one. But a good response there from Enstrom. A couple of trebles. Haru coming up dry with that visit. Tough ask for Enstrom. It is going to be break, hold. Break, hold. Again. Another 2 treble visit. Well, 2 of the best trebles that you want to get. The 2 treble 20s. Not quite down to a finish. In a very good position to get one of those breaks back immediately. Haru needed another treble there to leave a check out of his own. So Enstrom is going to get a couple of visits from this 169. keep the final alive and keep Oscar Lassiaak's hopes of the World Championship alive as well. Another great visit there. 36 left after 12 darts. It looks like this final is going to go at least one more leg. Haru puts a bit of pressure on. He's down to a finish, but it is double 18 for Johan Enstrom. Now double 14. Double 7. No, he's scrambling round the board to find a double. All of a sudden, Teemu Haru, 89 points away from the World Championship. Can he take this chance? 20s. One dart at the bullseye. Just outside. He's had a match dart. He's had a title dart. He's had a dart to get to the World Championship. Enstrom, he goes to split the 14 and he's hit a single 13. He's bust it. Drama here. Teemu Haru's got 3 darts now at 25 to win the title and secure his place at the World Championship. Double 8 for the title. And he can't take it. That's 3 match darts now for Teemu Haru. Johan Enstrom, does he split this or does he go straight for it this time? Well, he does split it. He was very careful with that dart, wasn't he? Double 4. And he's missed. What an end to this leg. Teemu Haru coming back with another chance to win the title. Book his spot at the World Championship. Double 8 he wants.
Game, shot, and a match.
And Teemu Haru is going to the World Championship. The Finn has won Pro Tour 12 and he has overtaken Oscar Lassiaak in second spot on the PDC Nordic and Baltic rankings on countback by the slimmest of margins. Teemu Haru is going to Ali Pali. He wins Pro Tour 12. He beats Johan Enstrom 6-2. And he'll be joining Andreas Harrison in the biggest tournament in darts. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. We will see you in Copenhagen for the Jan Hoffman Trophy in October. But it will be Andreas Harrison and it will be Teemu Haru that will be going to the Palace.